Yeah, right. Check one, check one. Syphilis, syphilis. Hi, Pickles. Hi, Dia. No worries. No worries, Pickles. Pickles, you're at 133. Oh my god! Cats. Holy cats! God, these cheap paper towels are cheap. How is everybody today? Shooby doo bop bop. Skeety bop. Why are you cricketing me? Don't you crickets me. I'm getting paper towels ready. To paint that. This. Alright, almost ready. We are painting sunflowers again. The same sunflowers we painted last stream. Because I didn't want to get rid of them. Maybe. Maybe, but it seems like nobody got that memo once upon a cats. Alright. Well, I'm probably... This is like a really cheap paper towel. So I'm curious how much I'm gonna go through these. There probably is something called a moonflower. Hi, Marianne. I'm doing well. How are you doing today? Nice to see you, Marianne. That will be enough for now. Let's put on some gloves. So we're doing these sunflowers in a different vase. So I would use you can use reusable rags once upon a cats. The main reason I don't is because I use lead. And the pigment doesn't necessarily, like, it doesn't leave the rags. Like, pigment doesn't stain. When you see it discolor something, that means the pigment is still there. So I am afraid of lead just permanently being a part of it, so I don't use reusable rags since I use lead. But if I wasn't using lead, I would be using reusable rags. Just cloth rags. You could buy a bunch of them for cheap, and you could just wash them in the dryer. I mean, washing machine. I might need to clean this. This is our viewfinder for today in a 3:4 aspect ratio. Well, good, Marianne. I'm glad you're here too. I'm glad you enjoy your time here. Oh. Today's Friday, right? Yeah. Busy. When you're looking for a new place to live, it makes your life incredibly much busier. Okay. I'm going to wipe down the palette really quickly. What? So, do you not wash your clothes? Once Upon a Cats? You just throw them in the washing machine. Here's a rag, for example. All right. Let's get our paints. All right. Burnt umber, quinacridone magenta, lemon yellow, pyrrole scarlet, titanium white, lead white. Bismuth medium, cobalt teal, we'll use the chromium green oxide. Possibly. Hi, Edie. Welcome in. That, Cats, I'm not sure. It depends on if acrylic is soluble in the detergent. If acrylic is soluble in detergent, then it wouldn't be an issue. Ultramarine blue I'm missing. Alright, that should be good. Oh, wait. Oh my god! Fucker! Hi, Kay. Welcome in. Yep, figured we'd do sunflowers again. I actually think I need phthalo for this, though. Could we get by with Viridian? We're gonna try just using Viridian. I got the blue. There's more blues in this. I did just order some phthalo blue pigment, so that's going to be a pain in the ass. So we're not going to use cobalt teal, we're going to use phthalo blue. Okay. It's just expensive to make, Jan. But if you phthalo blue can replace Viridian green. So All right, let's talk. Let's see what we got on our palette for today. A little different than usual. Titanium white, lead white, bismuth yellow medium, pyrrole scarlet, ultramarine blue, bismuth yellow lemon, quinacridone magenta, phthalo blue, chromium green oxide, and burnt umber. Okay. No. You got to remember, you got to do it to learn, cats. You got to do it to learn, and not for the result. You can't paint for the result. All right, so let's start off with our titanium white. We used very little of this in the last painting. Jesus Christ.
What the fuck is that?
You know what that is. It slid. Why did you slide so much? There you go. Sign it. Okay. That's our lead whites. That's our lead whites. Our yellow. Pyrrole scarlet. On this one, I might have missed it because of my angle. Did you see it? Wasn't I don't know if you watched the videos from Rublev on them, but wasn't the stack flake white very stringy, or was the stack shorter? First one. Yeah, I agree with you, Edie. Yellow. Okay. Oh. Shoot, boon. I don't know. I mean, I did some today. I put 6 paintings up on Etsy today. For anybody who doesn't know, I put 6 more paintings on my Etsy. Get them while supplies last. What is that lime green thing by the paint tubes, please? That is my microphone, Edie. That is a light from my microphone. So I'll try and get it out of the reflection a bit. Sometimes I forget where it's at. It changes colors too, so you can see it like right here. I don't know if I could turn that off though. I feel like I should be able to. I don't know. Alright, so here we got Phthalo Blue. We're going to put a little bit of Impasto Medium into it. Because this shit goes a long way. Boop, 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 boop. So what I just mixed into here was, I don't know why I use this one. I'm not going to be able to scoop this shit up. I just mixed in chalk, Impasto Medium, which is made from chalk, silica glass, bentonite clay, and linseed oil. Those are all transparent, so it doesn't alter the color. Why it seems lighter is because this is more transparent now, and you're seeing through it a bit. But you can see how strong Phthalo Blue is because of how it just sticks to my palette like this. And we're just going to leave this over here, I guess. Because we'll be using it for like the background and stuff, so we don't need to waste it. Okay. Alright, this is our chromium green oxide. This is a neutral green. A neutral green. And then we have burnt umber. I think we're going to have to do a paint making stream soon, everybody. Once Upon a Cats. Alright. Good. Just double checking that the camera looks fine. Whoa. Hit our head. Okay. And then we need a brush. Let's get our brush that we're using. Where's the big guy? There he is. So we're going to use the big guy from last time too. We got one frizz. That's a bit annoying. All right. Alright. Got a couple frills that we're just cutting off. Alright. Oh, what's that, Jan? Still a surprise. If it's Alizarin Crimson or a severed head, I'm going to be very upset. This is just linseed oil, everybody. But not having long handle brushes. Oh shit, that's awesome, Jan. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Why am I looking at it that way? Let's get you in the center. Let's go 3/4 of an inch times 4 is 3 inches. This is a very narrow one. That's very kind. Do you know how long the handles are? Oh shit, awesome. That's what exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, you could always make them shorter. Damn, that's super generous of you, man. Thank you. Alright, so 3 inches. 1, 2, 3. Somewhere around there. You put more oil into this. It's gonna sit around for a while. 1, 2, 3. Somewhere around there. Yeah. Exactly. The only company I saw that had them that long was Rosemary & Co. before, but there might be others. Let's see. Rosemary & Co.? Yeah. Rosemary & Co. is good value. Because like I said, I've tried out other brands, and frankly, they were just more expensive than Rosemary & Co., but they just were about the same quality. Let's see. This is the center. And let's see where the sunflowers. Sorry, I'm looking through the viewfinder, everybody. It's a little bit below half. No. Above half. Hi, Angie Wook. All right, so halfway is about here. And if that's halfway, is it halfway here?
I said good day!
Good day, Sweepy. Welcome in. Let's do a smidge of that. More blue. Let's do a touch more brown. Touch more white, I think. I'm doing all right. Busy. I told you, or you might have been hearing, I've been looking to move. So I'm doing a lot of stuff, looking for new places. I'm visiting them on Sunday. And then I'm trying to do some more video recording stuff, and I'm having issues with getting clean video. Because I had a video do okay on me on YouTube that got me a few more subscribers. But it's getting good video with the cameras I have has been proving to be difficult. Ooh, hot damn, Sweepy. Yeah. Just takes a bit. Because I'm trying to do my parlor trick videos. I put one up on Instagram today of my parlor trick. And that was the one I put up on YouTube, but I'm not happy with that quality, but that was the best quality one I got out of all the ones I did. It's like a 2 inches. Less than 2 inches. Halfway, a little bit above half. Where was half? Half is about there. Too much. We'll see. Let's go back to purple with that. Something, yeah, that's better. I wouldn't call myself a genius, personally, but I appreciate the compliment. Yeah, NG, I've tried a lot of different companies, and frankly, I have the only one that has really felt like it was worth the money was Rosemary, and that's because they're on the cheaper side. So I never really felt ripped off from Rosemary. Son of a bitch! But like, but that was just, and I'm talking about Bristle though. I am talking mainly about Bristle here. Because I only use bristle brushes. Hi, Martin. Nice to see you, bud. Thanks for stopping by. Mariana. Okay. But something else exciting, though. Used mostly for watercolor. That makes sense. You got a lot more watercolor brushes. I think you can go more in depth for watercolor brushes because material matters a lot more. Because about like with how much water it holds and but shape isn't as important to a certain extent. I would not have it any other way, Jan. I'll take it. Oh, interesting. So, Maddie, the softness or firmness of your brushes is linearly related to how much medium you use. So if you use a lot of medium and you like liquidy mixtures, bristles are not going to be good for you. If you don't use a lot of medium, then you're going to have to use bristle. Or something of equivalent firmness. Because you need bristle to physically move around the paint. So when I was first starting painting, when I was using solvent and a lot of medium, bristle brushes felt unusable to me because they would just pick up everything. And you learn the correlation between the amount of medium and what the brushes do. Yeah. Well, you have to worry about physically moving around the paint, NG. But, NG, NG, have you been here? But why don't I recognize your name, NG? Did you change your name? Or have you been around here before? Why don't I why don't I remember your name? No? Okay. Well, NG, if you're a watercolor painter, I make homemade watercolors, and they are on my fourth wall. Okay. Good to know. Well, nice to officially meet you, NG. But if you're interested in homemade watercolors, I make them. Oh, thank you, Mud. Thank you, Maddie. Can I just use oil pencil on acrylic? No, it's only acrylic above oil, Marianne. Oh, you saw the stream? Okay, good. Well, if you're ever interested in them, NG, they are on my fourth wall. I did do it. I did do it. So, yeah, for anybody who's listening, if you're doing mixed media, you can never put acrylic over oil. Never. Thank you, Angie. Well, it's because I make my own oil paints, and my mom wanted to get into watercolor. And so I made watercolors for her. And I'm like, oh yeah, shit, I can make these, huh? They're very easy to make, too. No, they won't, Maddie, but your stuff will, your paintings will fall apart. Yeah, it won't stick. It has nothing to bind to. So your paintings will fall apart. So the presupposition of my arguments, Maddie, is that people care about the longevity of their work. Or they care about the structural integrity of their paintings. So a lot of the advice I give is based upon that presupposition. And maybe that's wrong. Who knows? Exactly, King. What if we painted sunflowers again? So, why does that matter? So, that doesn't mean you won't, like, you shouldn't change. Ooh, that sounds like a pain in the ass, Jan. So you're working in a regular, you're working for a regular company. Okay. I'm also not. I'm not yelling at you either. I apologize if that came off as me scolding you. That's not my intent. Because I do appreciate how much work you've been putting in recently. And I think it's very admirable that you are doing so. So you should keep it up. Or else. Or else we're going to have a problem. Was yelling. I was not. I am so composed right now. I was not yelling. Well, King, you should be. Yeah, I was scolding you. Yeah, what is it, Maddie? Yeah, so oil. If you don't primer or seal the substrate that you're painting on, what I mean by substrate is the physical material you're painting on. So if you're painting on wood, if you're painting on canvas, if you're painting on paper, if it's not sealed, okay, and primer is not a sealant. Primer is the step in between the sealant and the paint. Okay, so most people consider gesso to be something that protects the canvas or the wood. Acrylic or oil gesso does not protect. It is a primer. So when you paint on wood, for example, you have to seal the wood off with PVA glue, or you ought to seal it with a PVA glue, and then primer that layer of PVA glue with a gesso. Okay? The reason why is because acrylic and oil can deteriorate wood over time. Okay? Does this make sense, Maddie? So, for example, if you're just painting onto paper and you do not have any sealant or protective layers, the oil or acrylic will eventually destroy that paper. And the reason why is, have you ever heard about these things as saying like non-acidic paper or non-acid paper? If you didn't know, oil is acidic. Oil is acidic. Linoleic acid is I believe, the main component of linseed oil, or many oils. I think it's linoleic acid. Irregardless, yeah. So you need to actually protect what you paint on with a layer that is stable, and that's why, like, a PVA glue, or like this is what they use rabbit skin glue for in the past, Maddie. They would use their gesso, what they called gesso, didn't have oil in it, but they would use chalk, rabbit skin glue, and a pigment that could be vermilion, that could have been lead white, mixed together, and they would put that over wood as the sealing layer. And then they would also put additional layers of paint on top of that to act as additional layers of protection. But rabbit skin glue was what they used. So you use a stable adhesive. Now, rabbit skin glue wasn't that stable, but it was one of the best glues that they had available, or adhesives they had available. Have tuna Hanley. Tom's handy. Yes. But no, it's just it's just another thing related to taking care of, taking care of your stuff. I know I said that eloquently. What is a good primer and sealant? A PVA glue is a good sealant, Maddie. But PVA glue might not be compatible with paper. Okay? But for if you were painting on wood, I would use a PVA glue. On canvases, I'm not sure exactly what they use. Okay? At least from ones that you buy. Because you need flexibility too. But I think PVA provides some flexibility when it's thin. But that is something you might have to look up on your own, Maddie. And that's perfectly fine, Maddie. If this is only intent on practice, that's fine. The reason why I have a bit of a unique perspective on this is because I don't view anything as practice. Well, I don't go into a painting saying I'm not going to try and paint this as good as I can when I'm painting because of practice. Everything is a rep for me, in my opinion. Oh, that should have been deeper. That was lower. It was like down here. Seems like that's how it goes, King. Don't crickets me, Lost. How you doing? How you doing, Spence? Thanks, bud. I appreciate it. Well, I mean, that goes for my early stuff, too, Maddie, though. Hi, Lost. Nice to see you. But, like, Maddie, even my early stuff, I was trying to do full paintings at a time. And I never was like, I'm not gonna put the same amount of effort because it's just practice. And I've thrown out plenty of those early paintings, Maddie, because I knew I couldn't sell them. I knew it like ethically I couldn't sell them for any real money. I gave away the ones that I could, and then the ones that just stood around, I threw out. Well, thank you, Lost Traveling. Lost Traveling is not a chat killer, okay? He's a chat murderer. I guess that's just... it's deep. Alright, go dark. And further down. Don't you nerd me. Cats. Holy cats.
A good evening.
When I visualize that every single time I click the shitter. Yeah, and I think that's a healthy attitude. Like, the intent matters, I think, King. Well, I guess I'm saying, Maddie, as a summation, is that right? The intent of what you're doing when you're practicing matters, right? So, like, if you're going into it with practice, how are you going to emulate when you're actually painting for real? So, and maybe this doesn't work for everybody else, but to me, just saying, oh, I'm going to practice green today does not seem fitting, because to me, this green is not important as a green on its own. It matters relative to this, and this, right? So the only way I can emulate how I paint is doing everything at once, by doing an actual painting, right? Now, to say that you can't do that with a value, sure, right? This goes on to my own philosophies of learning, but like, but in my opinion, is you gotta like try and train yourself for actual paintings and not just subsets of the painting itself. That's how I view it, like philosophically. And other people learn different ways. This how I learn might not be how other people learn. This is not a universal truth. And so Maddie, maybe that does help you. But I do think I think it's very important though to keep in mind what you are practicing for. Well, I wouldn't consider myself that either, Maddie. There are a lot of people who are a better painter than I. But I'm trying to get there. I also think I've improved at a reasonable rate considering how long I've been painting. But that doesn't necessarily mean how I learn is the correct way to learn for other people. That is just a false pretense, a false assumption. Paint Antichrist more like it. I'll take it. I'll take it, King. Yeah, Manny. I mean, I think that's a good way to look at it. But I'll say this. Always be aware of... I say it's more of be careful on what you choose to listen to, because I know the pitfalls of that personally from the horse shit on YouTube. My goal is to try and not say anything patently like false or try to leave my opinion out of this on pretty much everything I say, right? But that doesn't mean I'm always right. Because I've worked on several false pretenses before while learning. Several. Ones that I could have swore were correct. And then I realized that they were wrong. And I amended my position. Yeah, I'm not a proponent of separating you know, there are times in lessons that seem like separating value and color is a valuable thing. For me, I'm of the opinion that I don't think those two should be separated. But that goes against how a lot of people teach. No, we might have to move that inwards a bit. This is just oil. This is just oil. I always use oil in this layer. I'm probably using a little bit more oil than usual on this stage, on the last couple paintings. For this opening layer. Part of it is a test, but I'm just being a little bit looser with that, somewhat intentionally. It's still just linseed oil neon. Now, partly, one reason that is probably why I'm being a little bit looser with it is because it's so warm in my place that the paints have been drying a lot faster while I've been painting. So more oil will help keep it a bit wetter over time. Would a larger dehydrator allow oils to do their thing overnight? It has it doesn't have anything to do with water, King. It only has something to do with temperature and amount of oxygen. But the largest dictator of that is the pigments you use. So if you really care about it drying that fast, then you should be painting with lead white. If you care about nothing more than drying time, then it's lead white and earth colors, specifically umbers. Umbers and lead white are the fastest drying pigments out there. So if that's what matters to you, then you should be painting with those almost exclusively. But it's going to kill the amount of color you have. A lot of modern pigments don't have very fast drying times. Pyro red seems to dry decently fast. But for example, titanium white is not a fast drying pigment. Yeah. Oh my god! Garg. Hi, Garg. How are you? Fuck. That was blue. Hmm. Chim chimney, chim chimney, chim chim chiroo. That's my issue with classes. I get the basics are important, but I actually like getting into the important thing. Yeah, I get that. Yes. Too much oil. too much red. Too much orange, actually. Still too orange. No. I've been trying to be careful with this mix, but... No. Then you would hate learning from me. I think you would hate learning from me if I were to teach. I also think, though, that's why I disagree with how a lot of teaching goes in the art world. Hi, Omizu. Because I think a lot of people are searching for dogmatic methodology when you're learning how to paint, and I would not give you that or attempt to teach you stuff like that. How I would teach would be purely to give you the tools to understand how to paint versus a formula to say you do this and you'll get results that you like is not how I would teach. But I can only teach people through my perspective of painting. Yeah. Yep, it is young. I am... So, like, for example, if I was teaching somebody, I would try and teach you the skill of seeing color, mixing color, applying color, seeing forms, seeing values, but not a methodology in how to do those, if that makes sense. Thank you, Kay. Exactly. Method TV, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. It's pointless. It's pointless if you don't fundamentally understand what you're doing and why you're doing it, in my opinion. Like, is it truly, like, are you a better artist if you can, like, do something that somebody else does, but you don't understand how it works? Right? Now, this is like a philosophical stance. This is not meant to calling out, but to me, it's extremely important to understand what you're doing and why you're doing it. Very important. So, for example, if you ask me to explain what I'm doing, I should have reason for every single thing I'm doing. Right? And but it could be a simple explanation because I see this color here, right? This area, what I see is too bright. So I'm making it darker using blues and purples. Yeah, that's not necessarily saying what they're doing. This is on a larger discussion on the teaching of methodology versus skills. All right. I think we got a block in everybody. I think we got enough of a block in. Well, let's just do this, though, because this got a little bit messy. Too much oil there. Painting from life. Absolutely it does, Jan. Absolutely does. Here you go, Maddie. We changed up the lighting a bit. Changed up the lighting. Like, I tried to put more dynamic lighting on the flowers themselves. And then we were painting in that metal bucket. Yeah, I get you, King. Don't laugh at me. Stop laughing at me. Let's clean up the block in. No! I am not an animal.
What is that?
What is what, Jan? I am not an animal. All right. By the way, everybody, Monday we're starting a commission painting. It's probably going to be a two-parter. On Monday, we're going to start a commission painting. Probably going to be a two-parter. Legasp. I know. I know, Mud. Yeah, it's a portrait of a mother and daughter. I think so too. I think so too, Shasta. It's just not all the entirety of the flowers aren't in light, you know. So I think we got more dynamic range of lighting. So I agree with you, Shasta. It's partly why I wanted to redo it and why I wasn't a huge fan of the last one. Even though I think it turned out fine, it just was just like there was nothing interesting going on with the lighting. Yep. Agreed, Shasta. I think it makes him more of an artist, though, Mizu, personally, in my opinion. Nope. Was Face Off 2 announced? Yeah, and I think because also the vase has more dynamic range to it too. I think it will. I also switched the ground, or like the base to that bluish one again. No shit, I did not know that, King. Blocking is complete. So let's get in. We don't need to refresh any colors yet, so we're gonna wait on that. But we're gonna put out our Oleo gel. And our impasto medium. It most likely is. I think as long as they keep it bananas, people will like it. But as long as it's not self-aware, though. I think a big key to it is it not being self-aware, but it's probably going to be self-aware. Which is going to be annoying. The key to those movies being entertaining is its awareness. In general. Alright, let's get out our brushes now, too. Let's take care of this, because that blocking went a bit quick. We're going to bring out the new brushes again. We're going to give those another go-around. So these are those Tintoretto brushes. Some were too stiff. The small ones were really too stiff. But hopefully from them sitting in oil, they might have loosened up a bit. We're also going to bring out a couple other ones to make up for that size range issues that I had. So I'll bring a couple other ones at a medium small width. Soonfleurs! Soonfleurs! Stubby fuckers, aren't they? They are. There you go. That's a good one. We might be time. I might need to change out the oil in here, though. It's getting pretty gnarly in there. Might change it out when I move. That might be a good idea. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, so we're gonna take a break. Gloves are coming off. We're gonna go poop. We're gonna go cry. Scream. Grab some more water. And we shall be back in about 5 minutes, huh? Oh my god. You're all perverts. All right. Power dump. Exactly, Omizu. Exactly. All right. 5 minutes, and we will see you after a message from our sponsors, P Fuel. I might get reported for this. You are, Maddie. See you in 5. Jesus Christ. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Ahem. Oh, excuse me. I could probably actually put out a little bit more of that yellow. That yellow was not going far. So any real positional areas? I mean, the lines here will need to be cleaned up. This might be a little bit higher here. So maybe this needs to come up a smidge. That edge is going to come in a little bit here too, right here. Or here. Right there. Obviously the values are too dark all around, except for the dark areas. So yeah, let's get our gloves back on. Get some more yellow on the palette. Don't forget to wash your hands. I did. Or did I? No, I wash my hands after every break, or during, right when I start my break. All right. All right. Got more yellow. I think we got enough of everything else. Maybe burnt umber. I'm probably going to use... let's just put out some more. Let's just put out some more. Okay. All right, let's get back to it, huh? Let's use you. So I missed the green area. Too much. Do you? Oh, this? Yeah, this was from the, here, I'll remove it, that was from the, I have a paint, Sherwin-Williams right by my, this is where I got all the swatches from. It shall be removed, yeah. Shooby-dooby-da-ba-ba. Shooby-da-ba. My, ultramarine blue is a bit stiff. We should work on that silhouette too. We got to bring that in. You got that many different lead whites? I'm curious what you'll feel about the difference between RGH and Rublev. If there is not a significant difference, you know, I remember you saying RGH had a much better price. Well, that's good to know. I did inform the person that we were talking about the other day, Jan, about it. Apparently they don't use that often, but it's like companies stopped adding it. It used to be a big additive. They used to mix it in with titanium white a lot, actually. Most companies, even till recently, like Michael Harding, mixed zinc white into their titanium white. Even to like a few years ago. Like this is a recent development about zinc white. And some anecdotal things I've noticed is that a lot of people adopt methodologies from their teachers or like their palette from their teachers and stuff. And so I think it comes down to if people were taught using zinc white. Because zinc white was like the lead white alternative, right? It was transparent. I think it was more neutral. Did you? I didn't know that. Okay, nice. Well, that's good to know because well, I learned. I never used zinc white, but I learned about it. I want to say about a year and a half ago. No. I'm glad people knew about it longer, though. It's the single worst pigment you could use as an oil painter, though. But it's interesting the choices though, because people have known for a long time that Alizarin Crimson is not light fast. But do you know what they did, Jan, to fight the Alizarin Crimson like companies did? Because companies know that Alizarin Crimson is not light fast. They created a color called Permanent Crimson, which is essentially the same as Alizarin Crimson. But apparently that has light fastness issues too. Because some people are just very, very slow to adopt the modern pigments like quinacridone and... Like, people don't use Pyrrole Red for some reason. There was very little to no difference between the two. And that was coming from Rublev, where apparently it's just chemically essentially the same. But, like, you know, there's different quinacridomes, Jan. So if you like that range of colors, right? So I got this one by accident. As payment for a painting, I had my dad buy me some quinacridone magenta, or some pigments off of eBay. And he ordered the wrong one. And so I got quinacridone magenta crimson, which is essentially the same hue, or very similar to alizarin crimson. Oh, interesting. Interesting to note. It happens more the more medium you put in it. So actually, if I were to use alizarin crimson, I wouldn't have as much of a light fast issue because I'm painting so thick. But if you use medium, and especially solvents, that shit's not going to last. But quinacridone there's violet quinacridomes, there's orange quinacridomes. This is a crimson quinacridome. So there's a whole range of these. Right, that are all extremely, extremely light fast, temperature fast. You know, the whole way around. Just great pigments. Now, the only issue with it, most companies don't offer the full range. So that got too wide, huh? That's getting too wide. calling your attorney. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're gonna have any case, Jan, unfortunately. But this is part of my, right, like, what you hear me kind of rant about, right, is that these companies, paint making companies, literally owe you nothing, and they have no way. You have no they have no ramifications. Jesus Christ! Fucker! You really have very little to no outside of stopping giving them business, right? That's the only way. But people, like, you know, but a lot of people buy colors and be like, oh, I think that color is really cool, so I'm just gonna get it, right? It's not even their fault. It's just like, it's, but that's how a lot of the paint buying industry goes. Yep, it's that, and people, a lot of people, you know, and frankly, alizarin crimson is an extremely useful pigment. Like, if alizarin crimson didn't have Lightfast issues, I would probably be using it. Probably not at this moment, since I learned how Lightfast quinacridone is. But, like, you know, it probably would have been used for a long time by me, right? But the fact of the matter is that it's just, it is not a usable pigment. If you are using it, you should stop. Especially because quinacridone magenta is widely used and available through companies. It is an infinitely better pigment. By, like, all measurements. And it's about the same price. I'm starting to enjoy, Mud, how much pigment knowledge you now have. I find it very entertaining now. Or at least how well you remember my viewpoints on it. Well, see, Mud, you're gonna have a you're soon gonna you curse me. True. Well, Mud, you know what's gonna happen is you're gonna have a Goodwill Hunting moment. You're gonna be like, some like pompous artists are gonna be talking at a bar, and you're gonna be overhearing them and their horse shit, like they're pretending to know about pigments, and then you're gonna Goodwill Hunting them. Yep. That would be great. And then you get to go home with the girl. I got her number. Aren't you married? Doesn't matter. Yeah. I would love to hear any Goodwill Hunting moments from anybody. Exactly, Mud. Exactly. You know, by the way, remember how I told you how it's like unethical to have so many colors? There is a company of watercolor painters. I think, what is it, Michael Graham, or it was I don't know if I don't think it was Michael Graham, but it was somebody like that. Guess how many watercolor colors they offer? I saw the commercial on Instagram before I started painting. That is true, Mud. I saw it was a commercial I got on Instagram about watercolors. Barking up the wrong tree, but I watched it. 217 more pickles. More Shasta. Less than that. Since guessing is exhausting, and I wasn't planning on giving a point. Shasta, you were the closest. It was 266. 266. Oh, you should have, Mud. I still enjoy watching them. I like watching the Jackson ones. But they offer 266 watercolors, and they're always looking for more. And it's just like... They're offering, like, iridescent, and they're like, what does it offer unique? And I get that point of it being like, oh, well, this yellow is the same color as this other one, but this one's more granular. And, like, you know, this one is opaque, this one is transparent. But boy, does it still seem to prey on the fact that people see a pretty color and they'll buy it. Well, because I'm also not a big... Oh, yeah, that was Daniel Smith. That's what it was. It was Daniel Smith, not Michael Graham. I've heard that about magenta, too, Mud, back in the day. But, like, you know, Pickles, if I really spread out to, like... Because, like, I care more about unique hues, right? And and like, you know, if for colors I offer, there's always going to be a lean towards purposeful mixing. And I think watercolorists, like, you know, I saw this video of somebody making, like, there's like a 2-hour-long ASMR watercolor making video online. I think you might have seen it, where they're making, like, they have little tiny vials of pigment and they're grinding them individually and then putting them back into their vials after every time. And then, you know, like all this whole thing. Like, just so much work. And I feel like there's this sentiment that people shouldn't mix watercolors. Is that like Shasta? Like you know, you probably have the most watercolor experience. Is that a common thing where they just like, where they're not marketing towards mixing colors? Because it was just, it's beyond me that, like, people, like, you'll have a pigment of one mixed with, like, white already. Or mixed with, you know, something, when it takes so much power away from you during painting. Yep. Oh, very much so. I mean, that's the same in that's the same in oil paints too. I don't know. I just feel like they want. I think there's a huge capitalistic bend, right, to having all these colors pre-mixed, because like essentially is I think a lot of painting companies, and it makes sense, don't want you to mix, right? Why the hell would they want you to mix paint? Right, exactly, right? I think that's what it is. Companies have no motivation to encourage you to mix colors. All right, Maddie. Don't you boo me. Why are you booing me? Why? Using a lot of this dark. Fair enough, Maddie. Fair enough. Yep. Completely. I mean, you know how I feel about it, Shasta. The fuck. Is that? I want. Why is this not working? Is it because it's too transparent now? Maybe it's that. Hi, Mark. How you doing, bud? Great, Mark. Thanks for joining me today. Oh yeah, definitely. Wait, are you telling me I'm never gonna get sponsored by a paint company? Funny enough, Shasta, I learned a fact about Renaissance painting. In areas during the Renaissance, specifically in Italy, but in other areas, it was illegal to mix colors. True, Mud. Thank you, Gannon. But yeah, during the Renaissance, it was literally illegal to mix colors, and for periods of time, it obviously changed during. But there were long periods where it was illegal to mix colors. Yep. But you know what they did to get around this, and I think this helped influence the use of glazing, is that they would layer. So there are some historical purples that were made by layering red lakes over blues, glazing wise. So it technically wasn't mixing, interestingly enough. But because the lakes are garbage pigments, the reds faded. So now we have a lot of examples of stuff darkening or colors fading. Because of the usage of lake colors. Frankly, though, I don't blame them for using lake colors. They had to do what they had to do. I do blame anybody who uses lake colors now, though. How does that color work? I think it needs to be a little bit more green. Settle down, Mike. Fine. Let's see how this color works. Oh, by the way, Mud, something interesting happened. Somebody favorited the Madeline Kahn painting on my Etsy. And for some reason, I was just curious, somebody who would favorite that. And the person's favorites were all Mrs. White from Clue. They had, like, jewelry, stickers, things like that. I thought it was kind of interesting. Yeah. We found them. We just got to get them to buy it. Or found them. Yeah, maybe I'll offer them a discount. I think they need to put it in their cart, though, for you to offer them a discount. I guess I could just lower the price on it. Danny2289, thank you for the follow. Could have a portrait sale. I did just add the Leslie Nielsen to the shop. So we do have basically all the portraits I've done that are for sale are up on there currently. Welcome in, Danny. If you have any questions, please let me know. We are not taking complaints. The complaints department is closed. Terribly sorry. We don't have a date for when it will be back up. Because it will never be back up. Ba-ba-ba. Alright, stuck in my head. I think I need to make like a pretty hard neutral on this. Some of the hardest colors to mix are a true neutral. It's a lot of back and forth. That is kind of close. It's probably still too cold. Oh, fuck. Beans. God damn it. That yellow might need to come out a little bit more over here, so I gotta keep that. I gotta remember that when I'm making these marks. The thing that kind of is a pain in the butt with doing this reflective, or doing a metal reflective surface, is that God is it kind of like all over the goddamn place. So like you really have to, like, your shapes have to be small. Your subtle value changes are very indicative, and then you have to be really aggressive with the reflective marks. You have to go more so like it's better to go too far on reflective, like on the bright reflective marks for metal. At least from what I've seen. Well, I guess, it all boils down to values, huh? But that's also color. Because value is not the only thing that changes. Once again, as we've demonstrated before, you can get the same amount of contrast and make it look like a reflective surface with just using different colors. See, I'm struggling getting this dark spot to look dark enough here. Which I think I'm going to do is just going to use a straight purple. And I think this will do it. Yeah, that's the contrast we need. So this is not darker. Good lesson for everybody, right? This is not darker than the stuff next to it, but why does it look darker? Why does it look darker? I might have made this too big of a shape. We'll see. We might have to go back in there with some more blue, I think. Essentially less purple. And go more neutral. Everybody, get over there now! Also, I think I need that silhouette there. Fuck. Shit. Cox! I wonder. We gotta make the a brighter reflection, but I think it's a greenish yellow. Fuck. But it needs to be desaturated, so we're gonna add a little bit of red, a little bit of burnt umber. Good, and then we're going to use lead white. Alright. Alright, Jan. If that's your real name. We're going to go with... Fuck, too much. Let's go with... God damn it. Be a little bit more careful, bud. Alright, Jan. What mineral in umbers? Yeah, no, I know your name's Jeff. What mineral in umbers causes it to dry quicker? and gives it a darker, more purplish hue. Maybe going a bit of in a circle. Iron? Incorrect. I'll give you several guesses. I'll say this. I'd be willing to guarantee that you know the word. Purple? Not purple, Oxford. It has a purplish. The higher amount of this mineral makes it darker. And usually makes it look more green, even though it's purple in hue. Flintstones Vite? Nope. Copper? Nope. How about this? This mineral is more associated with blue. Historically more associated with blue. With the blue pigments. But copper is not one of them. But copper is not it. We'll try something like that. Cobalt, not cobalt. Sorry, blue and purple. Blue and purple, Jan. We'll give you a little bit more time. Oh my god! Jan, you giving up? Jan, you giving up? You sure about that? Son of a bitch! I'll let you guess a few more times, Jan. Jan, the answer is manganese. Manganese. The higher manganese content of umbers make them dry faster and give them a more desaturated, like darker, blacker, sometimes greenish hue. So Cyprus is famous for their natural earth colors because of the high manganese content. A scam. Not a scam. Reported.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
You are not. I am teaching. But manganese is considered a drying agent just like lead white. The thing about why lead white is a better dryer is because lead white is going to be more concentrated in its usage. You generally don't paint with pure umbers. And ochres don't have the magnesium content, generally. Yeah, no, I saw Lizzie. It looks great. I'm glad you like it, Lizzie. And it's another curse. And it's another curse for you. I'm on a cursing hot. I've cursed a lot of people recently. Jans have been cursed. Mud and Salt have been double cursed. You've been cursed. Pickles. Dia. A lot of curses. Yeah. Me too, Jan. Me too. I am racking up the curses. This is how I get my revenge on everybody. Just know if you get a badly painting, you will be cursed. If you get a badly painting, you will be cursed. With the black spot. Since I received those two, the hauntings have begun. I hear voices. Good. That was the plan, Jan. That was the plan. And if a guy comes to your door saying that you stole his book, like you plagiarized his book, just shut the door in his fucking face. All right? I get those too. As a ramification, I don't even write books, but as a ramification of me cursing people, I get this fucker coming to my door almost every day. If anyone gets that reference, I'll be very happy. It's from a terrible movie. You're gonna need one if you don't have one, Jan. By the way, I thought of the next Rudy painting. Y'all will probably like it. Y'all will probably like it. But we're probably about a week away from it. I think we should take a break. We're close. We're getting close to being done here. As far I'm talking about the metal tin. Here, right. Let's take a quick break. 5 minutes, everybody. 5 minutes. All right. Let's do this. All right. We'll see everybody in 5 or else. See you then. I am back. Welcome in. This is break number 2. That was break number 2. I doubt. This is what we're painting. This is what we be painting. There you go. Yeah, right. You did miss one, Shasta. Jan asked for one. Jan asked for one. He did not get it right, though. No, there was a personal trivia question, Maddie. Jan asked for a personal trivia question. You were not scammed. You were given a fair question by a fair streamer.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I am Judge Judy and Executioner, Jan. That's right, Amy. Oh my god! What the hell? Alright. Shoo-ba-doo bop bop bop. Ba-da. Need some more paper towels. I'm trying out shitty paper towels, and they are much worse than expected. Scat attack! I still didn't do that goddamn sound clip. What the fuck is the matter with me? Why am I forgetting? Why am I forgetting about that? Damn it. Shittier than expected, these shitty paper towels. So it's not just a clever name.
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Yeah, I was testing out the shitty ones because it's just, they're much cheaper than what I normally use, but boy, do they just go so much quicker. Alright, refilled enough. Don't laugh at me! I'm not an animal! Okay. So people are on one today, huh?
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Never. I'll die before that, Jan. Jesus Christ! Water poop. Okay, Maddie. We know I'm not a nerd, okay? We know I'm the coolest. We know I'm the coolest. Alright. Part 2. Part 2, Water Pop. I think I had some compositional issues with the sunflowers, and I bought these sunflowers, and they're still holding up really well. So, didn't really have a good reason to not paint them again. Interesting. How'd you know, Maddie? Possibly. Possibly. Maybe we're just gonna do sunflowers until you're all bored of them. But no, that wouldn't be the case because I'm not painting outside. If these were out in the wild and it was like sunflower season, I would consider doing a ton of them. Hey, Warya. I very much agree with you. It's why he revolutionized the biz. Yeah, he did. Water Pop, he did 35 or 37. Slightly different angles, different times of the year of haystacks. The Chicago Art Institute has 5 of them? 5 or 7 of them. I do not know about that, Water Pop, but I'm not a person to defend Van Gogh. I'm not really there's some obviously there's some paintings I really enjoy of his, but overall I'm not a big fan of his work. I didn't know that. Are you telling me that he didn't travel in time with an alien? Are you telling me that's the case? Because I refuse to accept that. You saw that documentary? Yeah. Me too. If only, yeah. I mean, I like Starry Night. I do like Starry Night, and he has some other paintings over the River Seine that are really, I think, really well done. I just, he reminds me of an art student a lot. He never really he seemed to really intentionally stylize his stuff, and it seemed like he tried to copy people, which I am not like a. I don't know. It just makes me not enjoy his overall scope of work as much. Interesting, Jan. Wumble Bumblebee, thank you for the follow. Same, Shasta. That's cool, Amy Jo. I mean, why do you have to expose me like this, Jan? You think this decision had anything to do with Van Gogh, then? Water pop. Some people suspect it was more lead poisoning based. Well, thank you, Maddie. Thank you. But thank you, Wumble Bumblebee, for taking Maddie's advice. But you are stuck here forever, just so you know. Well, I'm just saying is you did doom your friend. You did. I watched something on Van Gogh recently, and apparently it is a pretty common thought that he was also dealing with a significant amount of lead poisoning. He did use several lead paints. He used Naples. He also used lead white, of course. Well, I know he used his fingers a lot in his painting, and he also painted from the tube a lot, which would correlate to a large mess. It would be a huge mess. Nipples yellow is on point. Naples. Did he use? You mean? I mean, Paris name is another. Paris green is another name for emerald green. Did he use emerald green? I thought. Did he catch for? Maybe he was using emerald. I thought emerald was outlawed by that time, though. Huh. I remember seeing something. There's a place that has a letter from him to his brother, because his brother lent him money to buy paints, and he talked about the paint. He sent a letter to his brother discussing the paints that he got, and I didn't recall emerald being a part of it, but it could be. Are you sure Monet used emerald green? Because that I have not heard. I have not heard any evidence of him using emerald. You were there? Interesting. Because I was pretty sure he used Viridian. Or he at least switched. Okay, rumors. So, there are colors that I know for sure that Monet used. Right? He used lead white. He used oh my god. By the way, Water Pop, I looked up Van Gogh after your question that one time. And apparently the woman he gave his ear to was not a prostitute, but a woman who worked at the brothel as like a servant. And apparently it was a woman that he had some affiliation with, but he's more stalking. But then I saw another thing that people think that Gauguin cut off his ear during a duel. Because apparently on the day that it happened, they had a big fight where like the law enforcement were called, and they both were like tight-lipped about it. And apparently there's questions on how much of his ear he cut off or was cut off. And apparently the guy who claimed that the whole ear was severed was a doctor 40 years later. And that's the only documentation of it, who happened to also own a ton of Van Gogh paintings. There are some interesting, notes on that. Interesting. Good to know, Jan. Possibly Water Pop. It is a good story. But it's interesting how there's a lot of question marks even on that side of it with him. But apparently there's questions about even like how much of his ear was actually cut off. You sent your Toad a green bag? I keep on sending green bag boxes filled with my own poop, but he hasn't said anything about it, so I don't think they're getting to me. They are marked guaranteed, too. Yeah. Boxes marked guaranteed. I have not heard about that, Dowd. I have heard about the suicide recently because somebody told me about it, but because I was not even aware that he committed suicide, or supposedly. Ha! How you doing, Blink Dog Swarm? Well, I don't recommend cutting off your ears, everybody, to get better at painting because it doesn't work. Okay? I've cut off both my ears. All right? And it did not make me a better painter. Don't recommend. I don't recommend it. Yeah, it does, doesn't it, Mud? All right, Amy Jo, I'll expect a couple ears and a padded mailer. No. Cutting off my ears didn't make me a better painter, Maddie. It just hurt a lot. Say both, Blink Dog. Nothing did. This. Oh my God! Did you not read my scream name, Maddie? It's I'm painting badly. There is nothing good about this. Fuck. Shit. Cax. Thank you, bud. Uh-oh, Blink Dog. Not a nerd. I am not a nerd. I'm a super cool dude. All right. We all know this. Fair enough, Blink Dog.
I award you no
You shall get
points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Oh, is this another one of Maddie's friends? Ew, gross! Sick! Alright, we could start doing some of this shit with the flowers. After this. Wait, Lisa, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Do you have any questions? Please let me know. Do you have any complaints? Too bad. Too bad. Let's go to the flowers now. Let's clean up a little bit of this. Yeah, right. That's weird. It's probably too much red. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll roll with that a little bit. Might be too dark to start off with, but we'll burn that bridge when we get there, huh? I mean, because it's not gonna be hard. Like, it's not gonna be a hard transition from these colors, so we're gonna need some of them. But we should probably create an orange. You know, this camera is showing this much more red than I see it, so I guess we're not over that. I really need a new camera. That's showing up so much more red. Beans and toast. Let's fix that because it's bothering me. Everything else seems pretty dead on balls, but that red is just too red. One second, everybody. That actually seems much closer. Okay. Defaults, baby. How did this get shifted again? Defaults. This might need to go on the darker side. Faye Helmet. Oh wait, Faye. Welcome back. You unfollowed me. Oh my god. How are you doing? Successful now? Nope, it is not, Blink Dog. You're stuck here forever. There's only one way out. Thank you, Faye. Which Faye did. There's only one way out. And I think you could put together what that is, Blink Dog. Yep. Yeah, Faye, you were a bit of an OG watcher. You were a bit of an OG. Yeah, I get that. They're very meh. The price was fine, but there is no noticeable difference. And on the smaller brushes, on the first use, they were way too stiff. They did seem to soften up a bit, Doubt, which is better for using, but they don't offer anything noticeably different than even cheap brushes. I would say they're a tad on the soft side, which is not necessarily good or bad, but tad on the soft side. Oh, interesting, Faye. Well, thank you. See, now it's definitely too far down. God damn it. Fuck. Beans and toast. Shooby-doo-bop. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 da, ba, ba, da, ba, ba, da, ba, 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 da, ba, ba. What's that? Oh, nice. So you're still keeping up with that? Not for the summer. Yeah, you're doing some cool stuff, eh? Oh, nice. How new is that? Because you didn't talk about that when you were watching a while ago. What's the game like? What are you basing it off of other card games or anything like that, or like I used to play Magic and like a few others, but like what type of card game is it, or is it like a single play board game type thing, or is it like collectible? Fuck. Oh, interesting. Interesting in a card game. Well, that sounds like a good idea. So are the cards hexagonal then? Interesting. Like Settlers of Catan pieces. Absolutely. Blink dog. You know how many mutinies I've squashed here? Do you know how many mutinies I've squashed? 37. And I can't wait for 38. Oh my god! Wumble Bumblebee! Maddie! Well, thank you, Maddie. Get rated. I didn't know you were streaming, Wumble Bumblebee. Thank you so much. Jesus Christ! Well, I better see some goddamn links from you, Wumble Bumblebee. I better see some links. Ooh, if I don't see some links from you, Wumble Bumble. Welcome in. How are you? Thank you so much. New friend. So I see you have some association with the Menace. Maddie. Good. Good. I didn't even have to get to too much threats. Good. Everybody must follow this Instagram or else. Because I've been following Wumble Bumblebee for centuries. And you should too. You should create time travel just to go back and follow Wumble Bumblebee. Well, good, Blink Dog. What were you working on today? Suspicious. That doesn't sound like something Anthony Wheeler would say. Let's take a look. Ooh, lovely. You're working with gouache? Gouache, I see. Lovely work. Greens can be a pain in the balls, too. Wonderful job. Bucket's too much, huh? Oh, was it? I don't know. Maddie just... It seems like you're trying to steal some credit, huh? Well, what I find weird about greens is it seems like... So greens, when you're looking from a digital format, don't transfer to paints very well. So that means, like, what I'm saying is when you look at greens through a backlit monitor, they could be very... You cannot reproduce that type of green with paints. You just can't. So you're always going to have to adjust them. But especially if you're trying to keep the relationships, like the contrast relationships from a monitor picture and stuff, it could be very tricky because you can only use yellow greens to really light it up, or you can go into red. But if you mix white into greens from that in that scenario, they are gonna look like shit. Color rarely looks right when you add white to greens, at least in a from a digital file. But thank you so much again. You know, I forgot to put out Pyro Orange here. Yeah. The best I can do is 3%, Blink Dog. The best I can do is 3%. I do, Fake. I do. Thank you, man. Yeah, and if anybody who's new here, I do oil painting. Check out my links. I sell watercolors. I have prints. I have originals for sale. If you want to see them, they're all in that link tree below. My Oily Fans is also there. Should be there. Exclamation point Discord. Yeah, handmade watercolors that are going to be, well, not going to be. They are very high pigment loading and much cheaper for that quality than you could find anywhere else. And made by me. Made by Badly. Badly made paints. Such a salesman, I know. If you want badly made paints, check out that fourth wall. Made from the finest artisan in northwestern suburbs of Chicago. All right? The finest artisan. But thank you everybody for helping me out with that and spreading the word. I was very kind what you how gung-ho you all have been on that. So I appreciate it. All right, you can multiply your salary by 2, Maddie. So what's 2 times 0? I forget how to do that. What's 2 times 0? Would you accept trivia? 20? No, it's 0, I think. I looked it up. It's 0. All right. Let's see. Oh, really cool, Faye. I like that. It looks really cool. Oh my god! You have no power here, Maddie. All right. Who's in for trivia? Who's in for trivia? Blink Dog, born and raised in northwest suburbs. I grew up in Arlington Heights. I live in Palatine currently. All right, good. Bumblebee's in. Maddie's in. Where were you? What burb were you from, Blink Dog? I say Chicago because it's easier. I have not lived in Chicago proper. But if people want to say I'm like not from Chicago, that's fine. I don't care. They are the definition of northwest suburbs, Blink Dog. The exit off of 53 is northwest suburbs, or off of 90 is northwest suburbs. I mean, unless you're considering like Park Ridge and Niles, essentially. All right. First question. Let's go with... Oh my god, really? Best viewers? Edison Park, well, that's right next to Park Ridge. I have cousins that lived in Park Ridge, Blink Dog, and like Edison Park was 2 blocks away. At least downtown Edison Park. But Arlington Heights and Palatine and like Buffalo Grove, Des Plaines, all those areas are considered northwest burbs. All right, first question. All right. Name me... There are multiple answers. You only get one answer. You have to sit out the rest of the question if you get one of these right. Name me a pigment, historically, that was also used for makeup and cosmetics. Name me a pigment that was also used for cosmetics, like makeup. Shoot, boo, boo, doo, boo, boo, doo, doo, boo. I need the pigment name. I need the pigment name. Lead is not a pigment name. Ivory white was not. Nope. Lead white is correct. Zinc oxide, not really. By the time it was available, it was not commonly used, if any. Maddie, you get it right with lead white. Lead white was used by the Greeks, Romans, and I think into the 16th century and 17th century, it was used as makeup. All right, Maddie, that's one. There are other answers, though. So we're talking with documented usages of it as well. There are more answers. Thank you, Shasta and Mud. But wait, didn't that guy have the best viewers? Sorry, didn't that person have the best viewers? There are more answers than lead white, everybody. There are more answers than lead white. Anyone? Viridian? Nope, not Viridian. There is some, I guess, subjectivity or lack of information on this one. I'm talking about ones where I have definitively heard it was used in cosmetics. I did use the word historically. Vermilion is correct, Wumble Bumble. The Romans used vermilion quite a bit for makeup. There's also, well, I guess it's mercury. Never mind. Vermilion is correct. Wumble Bumblebee, you're at 1. Wumble Bumble. There are plenty of others, though. So historically, so we're gonna say So you are correct with titanium white is used in everything, but we're gonna leave modern, basically post 1900 invented pigments out of it. Thank you for clarifying, Blink Dog. But there are still plenty of others. I'm looking for pigment names. So yes, iron oxide comprises ones that were used, but I'm looking for the proper pigment name of it. Because they did have pigment names for them. So what pigments have iron oxides in them? What are you talking about, Blink Dog? It is, if anything, it is more raw than iron oxide. Nope, you may not, Maddie. You have to sit out. A lot of the original pigments were unrefined and just mined from the ground. Iron, not a pigment name. Shasta, you don't have any guesses or pickles? Mud, nope. Not a pigment name. Earth yellow? Nope, King. That wasn't the name that they those went by. There we go. I'll accept ochre. Ochres are the most common and have the longest dating makeup or cosmetic usages in history. Dates back to Aboriginal tribes in Africa, Australia, and the Americas. They painted their skins with red ochre a lot, but other tribes would use yellow ochres, white ochres, even black ochres. No, it's not iron mud. It's geothite. It's a mineral called geothite, Blink Dog. Blink Dog, you are now at 1. No, it is an actual mineral. Geothite is considered it's a mineral classification that encompasses ochres. Geothite, Shasta, but we've already used ochre as a guess. There are still others, though. But we might move on soon. You checked? It's not geothite? Interesting. Okay. Then I was wrong. I was almost positive it's geo. Okay. I misremembered. Thank you for checking, Shasta. I guess I wanted to see geothite. Or maybe I most likely misread it and then just manipulated my memories every time for it. Name me his pigments, historical pigments that were used as cosmetics that have documented usage of cosmetic usage. Because most likely almost every pigment has been used in cosmetics. But ones that were essentially industrialized or commonly used. I should fix that background. Oh, interesting. Okay. Phthalo blue, not modern pigments. Asbestos, nope. My favorite planet. There we go. Shasta, Shields Green. Shields Green from Arsenite was used in cosmetics and toys and wallpaper. There you go, Shasta. Shasta, you're at 97. Lead White was guessed earlier. My favorite planet, Lead White. Ochres, Shields Green, and what was the other one? Vermilion. Ultramarine was not used. It is way too expensive for cosmetics. Anthrax, no. Now, like I said, there were other yellows that were used. I believe lead tin yellows were used a bit in Naples, but they weren't those were more individual cosmetic usage versus companies producing them, or a large scale usage like vermilion back in the Roman period. So let's go to the next question. Next question. Raw sienna. It was more to the ochres because the sienna, the other ones, umbers. I mean, they were used throughout history, but they were generally too dark for what they would use makeups for. They would use lapis lazuli for ornamental, those gold masks, for example, the burial masks that the pharaohs would use. Those would have pure lapis on them, specifically in the blue parts on those, but not really as makeup. They are a blink dog. All right, next question. Okay. Here's one that we haven't talked about a lot, but this was a interesting thing. In early Renaissance Italy, in areas around Italy, what was one of the more common ways that people got lead poisoning? What was one of the main ways that people essentially consumed lead? Licking brushes? Nope. Not licking brushes. Teeth whitening, nope. Water, nope. Not water, but you're on the right track, my favorite planet. Shasta gets it right. Not water pipes, it is wine. Wine. Lead was used as a sweetener. For people who didn't know, lead was commonly used as a sweetener, and the Italians, specifically during the Renaissance, and it goes back a long time, mind you, would mix lead into their wine. There is also historical documentation of mixing lead into mustard as well. They were literally eating it as a part of their food and drink. Wine mixing. Shasta, you're at 98. A lot of people believe that that's the main reason why, like, Michelangelo had lead poisoning, and a lot of those Venetian and Florence-based painters in the Renaissance who had lead poisoning, they believe that was the main reason why. Not to mention they were probably breathing it in quite a bit. Oh, a process producing grappa. I thought I've heard anecdotes though of them actually mixing like lead into it though. As well, Blink Dog. Like I've heard a direct anecdote from a museum lecture about mixing it in with wine as well. I did not know it was also a part of making grappa. I said that fancy on accident. All right, next question. Interesting. Let's go with what's a good one here? Shasta, would you mind sitting out of this next? Oh, I mean, you got the question right. So, if you don't mind sitting out this next one, name me two pigments that were initially discovered from ceramic and glass smelting accidents, essentially. I'll take that, Blink Dog. I'll take cobalt oxide if you're guessing it. Cobalt blue. I'll accept cobalt oxide because cobalt blue was discovered by the Han Dynasty for fine china. They didn't know how to produce the pigment, but they knew how to produce the blue from ore to make their ceramics, which was the initial discovery and usage of cobalt blue and other cobalt pigments, essentially. Laid the groundworks for their usage. All right, there's another one, though. There's another one. Good, Blink Dog. Blink Dog, you are at 2. You were at 2, Blink Dog. Don't laugh at me. Sienna is not correct. This is a synthetic pigment, King. This is one that they were able to make artificially. The other one, we're talking about a pigment that they could actually learn how to make. And,
What the fuck is that?
these are sunflowers, Jan. These are sunflowers. Castle Earth? Nope. Castle Earth was taken from the ground. Mainly made from peat. Mainly made from peat. Han Purple is incorrect. Han Purple was made using the lake process, Blink Dog. Was made using the lake process. Which is a way of turning dyes into pigments, into usable pigments. But I want to inform you. I just want to inform. Because now you know it for future trivia, Blink Dog. Now you know it for future trivia. Han Purple does come up in our trivia. Ultramarine? Nope. Nope. Not ultramarine. Some people consider this the first true synthetic pigment. Even though I think I disagree with that classification, though. Emerald green? Nope. Nope, not emerald green. Teal? Egyptian blue is correct. Blink Dog, I'll give you that one because people weren't getting it. I don't think people were going to get it. I'm being generous because this is your first trivia. Egyptian blue is correct. You were at 3, Blink Dog. Orpiment was mined from the ground. Viridian wasn't until the 1700s and 1800s. Verditor? Not familiar. Verditor. Okay, next question. Let's go with... Let's wait for ads. Sorry, let's wait for ads. And I'll try and think of a question during ads. Waiting for ads. Waiting for ads. What is a good one here? Let's see. There's copper base, bluish green. Interesting. It does, Blink Dog. So how Turbo works is, as far as for streamers, is we get paid like you watch the ad if you have Turbo. So basically, we get credit for you watching that even though you didn't watch the ad. That's what Turbo does. So we get money. We do get money for that. All right. The next question shall be. All right. Name me the top 3 red lake pigments or lake colors that were used during the Renaissance. Name me the top 3 red lake colors. Sorry, and you only answer one of them. It's a point for 3 different people, okay? Shasta, you're in. Madder is correct. Rose madder is one of them. Shasta, you're at 99. 2 more. 2 more. Carmine? Carmine is not the word exactly used here. Because those were derived from 2 other ones. Alizarin, nope. Venetian red, nope. Why is the pink so angry? I don't know. But was Carmine made from one of them exclusively? I didn't think Carmine was made exclusively for one of them. Regardless, they have 2 other names. That were more common back then. There we go. That's one of them, Blink Dog. Cochineal. Blink Dog, you're at 4. There is one more. This was the new one that we learned about recently, everybody. That's your hint. We learned about this one recently. Scarlet, no. And it's related. It is related to cochineal. Cochineal is from the beetles, Emilia. Cochineal is made from, I believe, cactuses. And apparently cochineal beetles were harvested from Armenia originally. Armenia. But there's another one I learned about that was also made from beetles. Also made from beetles, everybody. What was the name? There's another one from beetles. What was the name of that one? Brazilwood? No. Ringo Starr? No. Not Carmine. I'll have to verify what Carmine derived from, but I'm not accepting Carmine as an answer at the moment. Subject to change. Ugh. And yeah, Emilia, no, this pigment wasn't made from Ringo Starr. Unfortunately. We all know Ringo is a timeless being. But he was not able to produce this pigment. This pigment was very popular as a dye, though. And it had some ceremonial purposes in the Americas. I do too. I'd like to be under the sea in an octopus's garden in the shade. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for the raid, Wumble. I really appreciate that. All right. Does Shasta or I just learned about it, Emilia. Indigo Lake? Nope. Your hint is Muppets. The Muppets. That's your hint. Your hint is the Muppets. Son of a bitch! Fucker! Animal? No. Not animal. Alizarin Crimson? Nope. Rizzo? Nope. Your follow-up hint is Miss Piggy. Well, good, Lizzie. Good. Thank you so much. Lizzie, I hope you enjoy your painting and your additional curse. Kermit? So close, Maddie. So close. Well, that's very sweet. Thank you. Thank you, Lizzie. That is very kind and suspicious. But I'll choose it just to be kind this one time. Ketamine? No. Kermiti? No. So close, Maddie. You're really laying it on thick. Well, fantastic, Lizzie. Red Ochre? No. Somebody copy Shasta. In the shade. All right, remove a letter. What does Miss Piggy call Kermit the Frog? There we go. Kermes. Or Kermes. Kermie. Some pronounce it Kermie. Or Kermes. This was made in the same way as cochineal beetles. These beetles were from oak trees. Oak trees this time. And produced, I believe it was a different color. Thick Daddy Green. You're welcome, Maddie. Maddie, you're at 13. Interesting. Okay, Blink Dog. I'll verify that. I just like the things I had heard of Carmine. I had not heard of Kermes. And the stuff I had been reading up recently all referred to it as Kermes or Kermes Lake, including a pigment dealer's notebook that this lecture was talking about. So I'll thank you for letting me know, because that is something I did not know that. I did not know that. So thank you. Don't we all, King? All right. Let's go with... Nope, you already got one for the question anyways, Blink Dog. You already got one for the question. Luna Studio, thank you for the follow. Beyond Pride, fair enough. You are teaching me something. And I appreciate that. Carmine is one I've been neglecting to just look up on. Because I like people like it's a word that doesn't come up a lot though when you're looking up old pigments, like the it being called carmine just doesn't come up that often. So when I do look up this shit, it was one that just like I never like I just keep on forgetting to like look up, even though it is like a pigment name that people use and stuff. All right, I got to think of another question. Under the sea, in an octopus's garden, in the shade. Let's see. It's really tough to think of questions sometimes. Because Blink Dog is a new ringer. We got a new ringer on Blink Dog. Yeah. No, it's good, and it's good for me. This is how I learned this shit, Blink Dog. I don't like going into too much on individual artists, but it can be interesting sometimes with anecdotes. But those are more for individual facts. You go anecdotes for like little facts about stuff that you've heard. This is going to be the last question because the well's running thin right now. About Rudy Audio. I don't need... Or Rudy Audio. Not familiar with them at all. But I try and keep this to pigment related stuff. Why can't I think of a good one here? Why can't I think of a good one? All right, we'll go with this. Now, the problem is with this one, there may be some others, so I might say something's wrong. But I'll say this. All right, what were the... There's two answers. What were the two most common pigments used to prepare canvases? Or wood panels in the Renaissance? So after they had sealed it, what two pigments were commonly layered on before they started painting? What were the two most common? Burnt umber is incorrect. Burnt sienna is also incorrect. Raw umber, incorrect. It's amazing how not dark this is looking to me. Yellow ochre, nope. Tin, lead. I need the pigment name. Blink Dog. Lead white is correct, Maddie. There is another one, though. Maddie, you're at 14. Tin oxide? Nope, not tin oxide. Fuck yeah. Your hint is it was a previous answer for a question today. It was a previous answer for a question today. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. Yeah, lead white is the single most important historical pigment in history. I'm using lead white right now, Blink Dog. $3 gallons, Maddie. 3 gallons. But a ceramic person, if they know the history, gypsum, nope. Gypsum is not considered a pigment. Lime white, nope. Here's your hint, Blink Dog. Han Dynasty China. Let's see if that helps you out. Han Purple, nope. Not Han Purple. Han Purple wasn't really readily available in Italy. Cobalt Blue, nope. Cobalt Oxide, nope. I actually don't think the Renaissance users used Han Purple at all. Not cobalt oxide. Violet, nope. Titanium white, nope. Porcelain white, nope. Bone ash, nope. Oh, I'm gonna need an ocean. Zinc oxide, nope. Titanium dioxide, nope. You know the name, Blink Dog, I assure you. The hint will make sense, too. Nope, not cherry. Cherry blossoms weren't really in China, from my understanding, right? Could be wrong on that. Egyptian blue, nope. What was a common lacquer or coating pigment that they used in the Han Dynasty, everybody? Phthalo green yogurt, nope. For guessing, Maddie, I'm going to have to subtract the point from your total. No, I said Han Dynasty. The Han Dynasty. Maddie, them's the rules. I can't be blamed for you ignoring the rules. What? Lawyered. Sorry, Manny.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Are you? Han blue, no. Chinese blue, no. What color did they put on Chinese pottery a lot back then? Chinese purple, no. Where? Oh, I'm ready to squash a mutiny. Copper blue, no. And it was a previous answer. It was a previous answer. Cobalt carbonate? Nope. I assure you, how about this? It has nothing to do with cobalt. It has nothing to do with cobalt. That's your next hint. Cobalt, Missouri. Better, closer, warmer. Ivory black, no. Your next hint, it is toxic. Your next hint, it is toxic. Lithium, no. This pigment was used into the 1900s and still available today. Though much less common, because it's not, in my opinion, it's not even close, remotely close enough to being good enough to use anymore. Shields green, nope. Shields green wasn't invented until the 1700s. Lemon yellow, nope. Maddie, I'll let you guess. Yep. Maddie, I'll let you guess. Vermilion is correct. It was common practice to paint the substrate with vermilion. Vermilion. Why the Han Dynasty was a hint is because those red clay ceramics that the ancient Chinese dynasties used to make were coated using vermilion as well. And there was also a huge vermilion mine, or I should say cinnabar mine in China. So yeah. At the time that they were putting it on the canvases, Shasta, it was commonly vermilion, though, that they were using. All right, Maddie. You were at 15. That was the last question. That was the last question, everybody, for this trivia round. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, cinnabar is different. But vermilion is made from cinnabar. It is a process using sulfur. So I wouldn't have accepted cinnabar on its own as its own answer. Just FYI. I'm probably due for a break, aren't I, everybody? I should have lined it up with the ads, though. We'll go a little bit longer so I could run ads during my break. We'll go a little bit longer. Nice. I believe they had the capabilities of making vermilion. Let me double check that. Okay, it was after the Han Dynasty. So they say that the Chinese were probably the first to make synthetic vermilion as early as the 4th century BC, but the Romans made vermilion. Interesting. Because the Han Dynasty was what, like 1000 BC? So, it does say it was used in the lacquerware of China. But I'm curious if they're convoluting cinnabar and vermilion. But what's interesting in Wikipedia is that we're referencing the color of cinnabar as vermilion. So maybe I got confused by that too. Interesting. I'll have to look more into that. But cinnabar is not that misleading of a hint either. Since cinnabar and vermilion are so closely linked. Regardless. I will hold that it's not that misleading of a hint. If you're guessing cinnabar, you can guess vermilion pretty easily. But I get your complaint. But I do understand your complaint. Well, you're going to win the fight. I'm a terrible fighter, Blink Dog. Have you not seen how many times I fought to the death already today and lost every single one? My main skill is respawning, all right? So you'll win. If you want to reduce arguments to fighting, you'll win every time. Just get paint in his eyes. You could do that. Absolutely not. We do not eat the paint here, nor will we ever eat the paint here, because we're not animals. I think I need to bring out... I didn't bring out this color... I brought this color out for the last one, and I don't know why I forgot to bring it out this time, but... it will come in handy here. If I could find it. If I could find it. I am a cheap brawl. I'm almost out. We might have to start using the Shasta. Do you remember the orange molybdate? Orange molybdate. You remember that pigment? We're almost at the time where we're going to be using that. Let's just put it right here. Very vivid. So is Pyrrole Orange, though. So is Pyrrole Orange. But Orange Molybdate is way cheaper, and I have a feeling that it is... if it has similar benefits to Lead White when drying, then I think it's worth it to use. Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, with like painting, well, unless you consider cave paintings, but like, you know, you can make an argument that cave paintings were not because they didn't really have a medium. They would wet like ochres and soot with like saliva generally, but that wasn't a binder. But they were preserved because they were in cave. They were preserved well because they were in caves, not exposed to oxygen. So it is interesting, though. But with the mediums themselves, right? The Egyptians used egg. They used what was it? Keratin? Not keratin. Casein. Sometimes I think casein started with the Egyptians. I think. But it is very interesting. I love learning about it. Because originally ochres and cave paintings were used more like pastels than anything. But pastels do have a medium. These, you know, the yellows on sunflowers are a little bit more challenging than you expect sometimes. See, that's gonna be too orange, I think. But let's try this color. Let's try limiting the amount of red in there. What's up, Biggs? How you doing, bud? How have you been? How's your business?
Badly.
Biggs! Nice to see you, bud. It's been a bit. I bet you were. Really nice to see you, though, bud. Oh, happy birthday, man. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Happy birthday to you. No, Shasta, there is a quinacridone, like, I think it is still called gold, that is available. I saw that the other day. You're welcome. I've been doing well. Been busy myself. I'm going to be moving soon. Still figuring out where to, but doing well. So thanks, man. You just got Marilyn Monroe. Out of it? I mean, yeah, moving. Did I say out of it? I don't know. I might have misspoke, but I'm looking to, you know, downsize a little bit, and because I'm still in the place that I was in when I was making significantly more money, and so yeah, looking at places in Wisconsin. And yeah, I bet it is Shasta. Oh, yeah, out of Illinois. Yeah, sorry. I am looking at places in Illinois, though. I'm sorry. I thought you said out of it. Yeah, I am looking at places in Illinois, but right now, some of the best places available are actually in Racine. I'm looking at some places in Racine and a few in Milwaukee on Sunday. And I used to live in Milwaukee. That is, Dia. That is. Don't worry, Dia. I'll send you my address. When I move. If that makes you feel better. Unless I start making a lot more money. I have to move. Oh my god, toilet! After dark? Jesus Christ. Welcome in. Hi, lady. Nice to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in. How you doing, toilet? Nice to see you, bud. Newbie in Ottawa, how you doing, too? Nice to see you, Cosmic Warrior. Zoella. Hello. Welcome in. We are painting these things called sunflowers. Toilet, give me your links now. This is a robbery. A robbery of your links. I better see some goddamn links Now! Give me those links. I should probably get in the brights here. Oh, interesting. No worries, newbie. I appreciate it. Lonks, there we go. All right, everybody must... Oh, don't tempt me, Toilet. Just give me a reason. Just give me a reason. Oh, cool. Oh, that's cool. Fukuda. I'm already... Oh, no, I'm not following you, Toilet. Well, everybody go follow Toilet or else and Liam Fukuda now! Or we're going to have a problem. Alright? For anybody who doesn't know me, I do oil painting. And we do paintings from start to finish here. We do paintings from start to finish. We're painting from life today. We're painting from life, not from a photo. See this? We got this set up over here. Thank you, Toilet. I appreciate it, bud. So that's what we're looking at for this. Did I just push this down a little bit? I think I did. 1 second. Thank you, lady. Yeah, if anybody wants to see more of my stuff, just do ! links. I got an Instagram. I sell watercolors. If you like watercolors, thank you, Toilet. My Instagram is there. Sorry, it seemed like it went shorter on me. I make my own watercolors and oil paints. I sell handmade watercolors if anybody wants those. Those are on my fourth wall. I have prints. I have an Etsy if you're interested in originals. Otherwise, ask questions. Biggs, I would need a machine for that. Because unfortunately, Biggs, for the amount of time it takes me to do oil paints versus watercolors, the time investment in oil paints is a lot more. Now, if you wanted my oil paints, I would make people a set, but you'd have to pay for my time. And it's a lot of time. And it would make more sense financially if you were just to buy them from Rublev or, another place like that. Yeah, watercolors are much easier to make in mass. But, Biggs, if I ever start a oil paint company, I will let you know. I would need a machine, though. I would need a machine for to do oil paints. Is basically the moral of the story. No worries, Toilet. Thank you so much for the raid. Much appreciated, bud. I know you have many choices for your raids, but thank you for choosing mine. Hi, Die Teeth. Welcome in. Die Teeth, if you have any questions, please let me know. If anybody has any questions, please let me know. I'm happy to answer. If I don't know the answer, I'll make it up just to save face. I have a very fragile ego. Obviously. If you want to critique myself, so be it. You're welcome. I mean, I say this, I only stream for the praise, everybody, so just be aware of that. I only stream for the praise. I know, I'm very brave. I'm very brave, Theo. Thank you, Daiti. I know, wouldn't that be nice if that was just not not from a God damn it. God bless America. That's from a website. If you wanted Dye Teeth, I could post the link. You can customize the rain sounds, and people use them as like sleep aids. I just don't want to deal with copyright. You're welcome. They have other stuff on the website too, Dye Teeth. So it's not just thunder and rain. They got like waterfalls. They got demons that will haunt your dreams. They got things like that. Oh, you stream too? Nice. I use the demons when I sleep. Yeah. No, it's terrifying. It's great. It's like listening to hell while you sleep. Can't recommend more. Exactly. It's like, you know how there was those apps that made like a zombie noise for you while you ran? Right? To try and scare you into running faster? You ever recall those? There was a couple ones that would like play like a zombie noise, like something was chasing you, to use while you were running. Imagine the sleep version of that. Yeah, that was a thing. That was an actual thing. We got Dye Teeth, everybody. We got Dye Teeth. Woo. I didn't think we'd get you, Dye. But we did. You're stuck here forever. I'm one of the demons. Yep, I knew it. I know, D. I know. Sorry, I know, Mud. Okay, so I had a concept I thought another artist run with for a series of canvases that were within her wheelhouse, but ultimately, I understand not pursuing it, a series when there was an obvious market. Thoughts on how you approach creating oil or other media work when trying to express a voice to an emerging market? You know, I don't have a lot of thoughts on that personally, Blink Dog, because, like, I only paint because I enjoy painting. This seems like a very shallow idea, but, like, I cannot support myself off of my art right now, right? But I love painting. That's why I do this. So I don't go into a painting, especially impressionistically, trying to convey a specific meaning, even compositionally, or like sometimes I do try to do fun ones, but it is very out of my wheelhouse in that department because it's not something I'm actively trying to work on. I guess the main message I want to convey to people when I'm painting is that I fucking love to paint. So, I mean, if I had to start somewhere, though, it would be... I would say working toward my strengths with a composition that relayed... So, like, if it was like, if you're targeting like a country or like something like that. I'm surprised how bright that looks there. Exactly, Die Teeth. Yeah. Like, and some people might not consider me like an artist, and that's fine, because that's not what I'm like, I guess, trying to be called. Oh, there are in ads too. Shit. Beans and toast. Well, thank you, Dia. There was, there's some... I'll say this. There was somebody I had this exact discussion with, Dia, who you know of, who no longer really hangs out. But they were a friend. And I had this discussion, and they would just call me a painter. They would call me a painter. And... welcome back, Die Teeth. So, Blink Dog, I don't really have a good answer for you because I paint for just the singular reason of my enjoyment of painting. And the art form as painting is, not for the art form of a meaning and composition. So, like, I've told this other people, I don't really care what I paint. As long as it's not like, problematic subject matter, but like, when we're talking impressionistically, I'm trying to paint from life as much as possible. So I don't really have a good opinion on this. I'm very uninformed about that. But sorry, going back to you, Dia. Sorry, I cut off that thought because they got back. So some people, I think, in the fine art world have a viewpoint on, right, like conveying things through your artwork or, things along those lines. And that seems to trump a lot of viewpoints. But I do appreciate that sentiment, Dio. But like, I'm not one of the people who's trying to impress those people. Because I just get the luxury of painting. And that's what I like to do. I think so. I think it's a very... I think it actually is a pretty shallow viewpoint of it. Because, right, it disregards, right, one's own personal endeavors into why one might start painting. But like I've told other people, I hate the concept, not hate. I would hate if I personally was doing something that if you didn't enjoy painting and your job was to paint, that just seems like it seems like a corporate job. To me, it's actually imperative that you enjoy the process, because boy howdy. But that's why also deal you don't see me I don't really follow trends or anything. You're not I'm not gonna paint the next big star from a TV show, because I don't enjoy it, right? And it just, because a lot of it's just self-driven and stuff I'm trying to work on. And I get why people do it. I'm not attacking why people do that. It's just I guess I'm very steadfast in this viewpoint of mine. Thanks, Mud. You have a wonderful night. Nini. Yeah, I very much agree with that sentiment. It seems like it's watering down, right? I think people who are attempting to do it in a very serious manner. Now, I've said I'm not very compelled by abstract, but that doesn't mean that it's not compelling to a lot of people. No, I agree with you, Dia, right? Just living, you probably have relatives too. You have those relatives that are just always negative. Good day, Jan. Or who just never have anything positive to say, and it's just what do you do? How are you in this mindset constantly? Just what an existence. Master Queef. Welcome in. I have an uncle who I had to spend a lot of time with working, who was just always like that, and it's mentally taxing. But I had to see them 3 times a week. Master Queef, if you have any questions, please let me know. If you have any complaints, throw them right in the trash. Our complaints department is closed. Sniffer. I don't think you're a Debbie Downer, King. I think you're just verbalizing complex thoughts. I think actually trying to be self-aware and talking about specific things is healthy. But if you're I'm talking about my uncle was talking shit about everybody and he would do stuff like that. I have no idea what you're talking about, Master Queef. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, I bet, Dia. Here, wait. Master Queef, this is for you. Hold on. 1 second. Here you go, Master Queef. Thank you, Wildcard Vic. How are you? Thank you so much. You're welcome, Master Queef. Yep, that's what King's job is. It's very taxing. Very taxing for King. Hi, Cynicans. Welcome in. Yeah, Dia. Well, it's like they're never just like content or like everything is just the negative perspective, and it just boy. Thank you, Cynicans. Sounds like a good time, Jan. Yeah, I mean, it can be tough. I mean, it's just, self-awareness and understanding, right? To a certain extent, it's also like self-forgiveness. So your mom was pretty into it, huh? Okay. I think we gotta go a little bit more orange with this. Maybe a little bit more desaturated. We'll try that. I mean, I find it relaxing. But it's like... Here. The best way I can explain it, King, have you ever played a game, like a computer game or a video game that was like mentally taxing, but you were enjoying yourself? And in that, you got relaxment from? That's what oil painting is like for me. Oh, that is really cool, Jan. That is really cool. That's really cool. That's very interesting. Were there odd Nerdrum ones or whatever? Yeah. That's kind of one of the main things I aimed at providing, Jan. Or something that I was like solving for, right? In the content market is there was when I was teaching myself this stuff, there was just nobody who would just like show themselves like not even show it like record themselves painting full paintings, and it was something I desperately wanted. So that part of goes to what I like am kind of like trying to do is kind of provide an outlet for that, and also not to mention the long form nature of like being able to answer questions and you know, I actually think it's like provides something that people don't really have access to. Interesting, Blink Dog. Having a little trouble with some of these values. I've noticed this is an area I kind of struggle with a little bit. It's interesting, Jan. I've done 2 palette knife paintings, and it can be very satisfying. Yeah. Well, they're trying to do it like en masse, right? In a real tight game here. I mean, everybody's trying to do Patreon lessons. But I don't agree with the idea of paywalling knowledge like that. But that's just me. Like, I agree, like, you know, don't get me wrong, it's not against, that was bad, Marks. By all means, like, make your money and do stuff, but, like, lessons like that are meant to be, like, automated, I'm not a huge fan of in concept. Start our own art guild. That could be interesting. So I am aware of like a few ateliers or whatever, if that's how you pronounce them, that are essentially free. But well, sorry, I know of one. But you know, it's but that's an atelier. It's not a guild, right? Oh my god. We could call ourselves the fucking fuckers. I wouldn't be opposed. I think that's a worthy nickname. And then there was the fucking fuckers movement of 2024. Breaking all the rules of modern art. Their avant-garde style. Led by somebody who called themselves I'm Painting Badly, who was a notorious a-hole. And widely disliked by the community. He was replaced almost immediately. True, Jan. Their inability to art. I kind of agree with that. But my view on lessons is a bit more intimate in general. See, like, yes, lessons, but like there's a, like with lessons though comes a level of right constant interactions from somebody where the idea of like being like a mentee mentorship type thing makes more sense to me. But I understand in the current context it doesn't really work like that anymore. Well, that was kind of every modern movement, Jan. I watched some videos by somebody who was talking about art movements and how it's kind of basically an agreement by a group of artists to break the previous set of rules about art, right? So the Impressionists did not paint in studios in this formal manner, right? In these very polished, smooth brushstrokes, right? In a long period of time. They all kind of do that. And then the Post-Impressionists varied on the breaking the rules of Impressionists, right? Surrealists doing the same thing. And then you get into, like modernism and cubism and things like that broke the previous rules. So it's kind of interesting note that, like, in this person's opinion, they said that basically for new art, the presupposition is that they break the rules of the previous art movement. Well, yeah, I mean, but that's like, this person does talk about Damien Hirst. Not necessarily a manner of respect, but in concept of what, like, essentially current art or contemporary art is, right? It seems like, they even said this, that it's like almost like a lot of modern contemporary art is like a lottery, right? Whose art is chosen to be the one that breaks the rules, and then tons of money gets put into that, right? It's what happened with the guy with the fucker who does the balloon dogs, right? With like Banksy and Damien Hirst, right? Damien Hirst is worth over $1 billion. So it's interesting conceptually what current contemporary art is, because by all accounts, and I agree with this, was some art reviewer who was talking about that, current art is more based upon marketing than the actual art itself. And Damien Hirst is one of the best at marketing, apparently. I mean, not apparently, he's made a crazy amount of money off of doing his stuff and scamming people. But I don't know. It's a very interesting topic. Yeah, Jeff Koons, that was it. That's too much for what that is. But I'd say this, King, like how I would do classes. See, one thing you have to know about classes, King, is that I can only teach through my perspective, right? So, like, I can't teach you to do modern art, right? If I was teaching somebody. If somebody said, I want you to teach me to do cubism, right? I'd be like, no, I can't teach you that. I can teach you how I do impressionistic work or think about impressionistic work. So that's something to keep in mind. Now, depending on the arena you're in, classes could be pretty long, or teaching could be pretty long form. In that context, though, that person is probably not I'm a tremendous cubist. Don't you say that! Cubism. But, I don't know. It's all part of the mess of the industry as a whole, right? But what it seems like a lot of artists online do is they try to make regular money through offering classes. That's what it seems like it's become, right? And they do that through Patreon and paywalling their content, Right? I know of like 3 that do that. That I used to follow or watch them from. So it's I mean, it just goes to like how they view how to financially take advantage of their skills. But anyway, I do need to take a break because it's been like 3 hours since I took a break. And we're going to come in and we're going to finish this. Rule number 1 of the fucking fuckers. No Good. Good. Or zinc white. All right. So I do need to take a break. The only thing we really have left is clean up the ground, the background, and put on final highlights on some of these pedals. So that's all that's left. But we're gonna take a quick break because I need it, and then we'll be back shortly. Okay. I actually have considered doing stuff like that, Blink, with like painting like electronical devices like they were an old still life. I have thought about doing that. I just hadn't found one that like I don't know if that's exactly what you're going for. But like, you know, a lot of still lifes, when you do a lot of still lifes, though, they do kind of go in series, right? This is my second sunflowers. And I'll do sunflowers again. But it is interesting that being a note on the nature of painting still lifes. So I do agree with you that I think that is interesting. All right, everybody. I'll let you know, Blink Dog. Crazian, thank you for the follow. You did catch me right as I'm about to take a break, so we're going to be back in 5 minutes, though. Thank you, Crazian. All right, we'll be back. King, I'll address that when I get back. Yeah, right. Are we... Is this on? Are we back? Are we back? Oh my god. Dear. Check one. Hi, toilet. Thank you again for the raid, bud. Oh, I'm not back? Shit. Where am I? This is terrifying. Alright, we're almost done here, everybody. Almost done here. I forgot to do this. Alright. And for anybody new here, if you have any questions, please ask them. Or else. Or else. Egyptian blue? What would you like to know? Good night, y'all. Have a good one, Jan. Thanks for hanging out again, bud. And thank you so much for the brushes and stuff. That was super generous of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. There was a contest. You did not win. You actually did very well. You were one of the more knowledgeable initial people who have done trivia. Shasta was also incredibly knowledgeable. For people who know the stones and gems are generally also pretty good with some of the stuff. But yeah, you were one of the best, Blink Dog. For your first. You're like number 5 on the oily points list, Amy Jo, now. You know you're like number 5. I could check here. Amy Jo, you are currently 4th. You were on the 4th on the leaderboard. Now, one note is I gave you double points for a long time. I recently stopped giving you double points. Just FYI. Hi, Rootfly. Well, it was because Amy was getting pity points. You cannot displace Amy Joe. You know, Dia, did I stutter? You have not, Dia. Well, Amy Joe and Dia, you were two of my like OG viewers. You two were some of the first regular viewers I had in general. Because we had a few streams where it was just like us three. I remember when I was starting out. And it is very appreciated. You're not, Dia. Dia, you're one of my favorites. Dia, you've been very kind to me, and I appreciate that. I mean, everybody has, really. I just, but Dia, you were one of the first. Canned soup colored flowers. Hey, if somebody's willing to do it, can somebody go into my YouTube and use chat on YouTube? I just want to test something. Thank you, Amy. Oh, I don't know if that's Amy doing it. I promise I won't tell him. Hi, Amy Joe. Okay. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Amy Joe. let's do this. Let's go. So what you are seeing, Blink Dog, is the difference of how much cameras and monitors affect the lighting and what you're seeing. So, so no, because what you're seeing is not what I'm seeing. Because even if I pull this camera, think about how much this looks different than the photo I took. It's a little sooner than that, Amy Jo, right? But look at how much difference this looks. Now think about what you can do, Blink Dog, is look at something in the room you're sitting at, look at it, and take a picture of it. Take a picture of it, and then look at them side by side. And take a look at how much different those two things are. And this is the importance of painting from life. And how much different what we see and how much interpretation or how much things get manipulated by cameras. So, and you could see this, and I started to really feel this because I would be painting stuff, and you realize that your colors are all off, and you're painting a photo. You're not painting what is actually how it looks in real life. And that is an important distinction, isn't it? Notice how the darks are darker, the lights are lighter, right? It's not a new question. This is why the well, not the Impressionists. This is why, like, modern Impressionism is even more reliant on painting from life than painting from a picture or a monitor. See, now, Blink Dog, here's an interesting thing. I bet you'd have a, now if you, like, now you know that distinction, look through my Instagram and you'll probably be able to guess which ones I did from photos and which ones I did from painting from life. Because it's noticeable. Oh, is it noticeable? Definitely. Especially that Leslie Nielsen one I just did. So part of the skill in painting from photos, though, is how do you transcribe some of these values that are off? And Churchill, yep, and Mark Twain. Don't forget about Mark Twain. You know what's funny though, Amy Jo? I think my two best paintings though are the Churchill portrait, and I still think they're my best, and the Mark Twain portrait. And the Einstein, yeah, and those three portraits I actually think are my current best paintings I've done. But one note on those pictures were taken at a time where pictures were much different. So, like, you know, it also, I think the technology of cameras also affects this even more so too. Because why do those ones look more natural when I was approaching everything the same way? Everybody, you know, but like, you know, the uncanny valley look of the Iris Apfel, or the Leslie Nielsen one that looks like it's just like it's in, like you'd see it on a movie screen, or, you know, because there's a larger variation of the values, and the colors change quite a bit. So there's your lesson on the importance of painting from life, everybody. It's really hard to appreciate it unless you've done it. But taking a picture of something with your camera and then looking at what you took a picture of and then look at it in real life shows you how much it changes. It changes in an astronomical amount. Yeah. Well, good. I mean, it's, you know, it's pretty striking. Especially that exercise. I suggest everybody try it. Yep. Well, because they almost looked like they were like color graded, right? But the camera did that automatically. And I noticed it when I was doing plein air Shasta in my mom's like garden, where it's like I was painting greens that I've never painted from a photo, and I'm like, holy shit, like that photos change everything that much. You get striking differences. Have a good one, Dia. Nini, we're gonna be done. We're almost done anyway, so. Nini. Yep. Indeed, Shasta, I really like that cow painting that I did from your with the two baby cows, but like it has that quality of a picture at times. Oh my God, Dia, no! My people, the perverts. No wonder there's that loud cheer. Nini. True. I would love to paint those from life. Paint those babies from life. I still really like it. I like how that one turned out. It's just like it does show though, like it does remind me of like the the differences of cameras. But I mean, you took a fantastic picture though too. So thank you for that. And I'll always take more. That's true. I'm shocked nobody has redeemed watercolors in a while, too. I haven't even done a paint... Well, I technically have done one, but that was with my mom. With my new watercolors. The black glove thing? I do that because I paint with lead. And I'm trying to limit my accidental consumption of paints. I don't. It's at my mom's house. I didn't take a picture of it. It was like, it was something to show her how I do watercolors, because she's trying to do them for a little project of hers. So it was just like a little flower, but it was very rushed and not like proper. Not better than the ones I had before yet, Shasta. Good, Monster Queef. Good. And I do use lead, Blink Dog. Like I said, I use lead white. So I should take precautions. Yeah. You know, the thing is, it is not. All right, lead is dangerous. Don't get me wrong. It is most dangerous though for developing brains. So like if you take reasonable hygienic practices, then lead is not a huge concern. But I still want, I want to paint for a lot more years. So, so I'm going to take those steps. Fair enough, King. Yeah, silica is, yeah. It's just, yeah, a difference, I think, in the industry. Fair enough. Yeah, when so blue or sorry, dog, blink dog. I make my own oil paints, and so whenever I expose myself to pigment, I use a N95. But I think I will upgrade eventually to a like larger respirator at some point. Forget about this area. Just you. No, I never. I use N95s or the regular like surgical masks. I don't know why, but these flowers are better than last time, more deep than the petals, I think. Thank you. I think it's just more of the thank you. I think it has to do with the dynamic nature of the light in this one. And in the last one, there was no like darker flowers. They were all kind of just like lit like crazy. And so I think there's just more. There's just a better difference in lighting in this one. It's why I wanted to redo this one. Interesting. Hmm. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Blink Dog, do you watch Mudworks? MW Mudworks? Mudworks is one of my mods and a wonderful streamer as well, and you know they are ceramics as well. They stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays, and they do a lot of raku firing. Shasta, are you there? Jesus Christ! Poison Jackal! No. Show me art. Get the Riot Gear King. Do you know how to do a shout out by chance? Got him. Welcome in, Poison Jackal. Jackal, please give me your links now. Good. Good. Let's see what you're working on. Good. Oh, lovely work. Lovely work, Jackal. Well done. Everyone, go follow Jackal, another artist. Does stuff with acrylic. You do stuff with oils too, right, Jackal? Thank you. Not as of yet? Okay. Soon, though. Okay. Soon, Jackal promised me that they were going to switch to oil soon. And so that's good. Jackal promised. Did you see the last ones I did? This was 2 in a row, Poison Jackal. I did one, or are you in ads? Jackal, I bought some flowers. And so this is my second time in a row painting them. Yeah. Ooh, thank you. Blink Dog, check out Mudworks. And anybody else check out Mudworks too, in addition to Poison Jackal. Mudworks is a mod here. Sorry, we were talking about mud right before you got here, Jackal. So follow both of them. Follow both of them, or else. Fantastic. Awesome. Son of a bitch! Maite! Fucker! Oh, fuck. Should just use a smaller brush for that. Did you? Did you, Maite? Jackal's really great. And they stream a decent amount. So everybody should I recommend checking out Poison Jackal. Thank you, Amizu. Much appreciated, bud. I like this one better, but I have to say there are some challenges with the vibrancy of the yellow that I have been seeing. But this one has a lot more dynamic lighting on the flowers themselves. Yeah, the first one's on my IG, Jackal. If you do exclamation point links. Thank you, Shasta. Look at you, Shasta. Figuring out the mod commands. Soon you'll be banning people left and right. You be modding. That looks like shit. There you go, Shasta. Be proud. There you go, King. Okay. Son of a bitch! Fucker! Corrupt! What the hell? Do we need to do anything else with this, everybody? Maybe this. You know what? There's this. Well, I'm sorry, King. I'm sorry. I am very cool, King, not a nerd. Yeah, there's Fib Philip. Fib Philip. Throw Dan, yeah. Mud has a command on our channel, Blink Dog. Cookie jar, yeah. I don't remember off the top of my head well. But there's a solid like 12. But Mudworks I think has them listed on her page. Or she has a command with all of them in there. So next time you're in Mud, when you go to Mud's channel, you know, ask her about them or take a look at the command. If it works, I don't know if it will work right now. If Firebot's not on, it probably won't work, Amy Jo. But yeah, if you want to try, by all means. I don't know if it was a Nightbot or a Firebot. But if you, yeah, I mean, like, if you were willing to try, I would appreciate it. Okay. Sounds like a pretty good deal, King. All right. All right, let's call it. I'm kind of like pussy dicking around. For sale. 10K in the bag, not bad, King. You're racing up there. Yeah, right. Thank you, Maite. Alright, let's clean up, huh? Alright. Not you. Where's that? Oh, there it is. Okay. King, never. I don't clean my brushes, King. I do not clean my brushes. Thank you, Sweepy. Thank you, Sweepy. Thank you. I gotta clean it up. A lot of that paint was already drying.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Or was starting to dry. Because of the lead. I will not. Yeah, we're almost at everybody's favorite time of the stream. We're almost there. Where
Quit
everybody's
playing with your dinghy.
favorite part of the stream. This is why everybody watches. Let's do one more quick wipe down. Oh. All right. Jesus Christ, King! Oh my god. Oh, wait, you meant the other thing. Okay. Right. Everybody's favorite part, where we wipe the D live on stream. Oh my god! How is this allowed? How? Oh my god, Ruby. Oh my god, I'm wiping it so slow, I'm getting everywhere. Oh my god. This is disgusting. Jesus. This shouldn't be allowed. Oh my god. Alright. The D has been thoroughly wiped. Okay. Shall we find somebody to raid? That's right, the Oily Fans. You can see more of that on the Oily Fans. One second. I don't know how that ended up over here, but... Okay. Let's find somebody to raid. I need a cigarette now. Wiped it so good. You're all perverts. But this is why we have fun. Alright. We have Wapelius. Yeah, or Fool's Fox. But it looks like Fool's Fox is watching movies. Thank you, Toilet. Thank you so much for the raid again. I might need to, right? Or something seductive. I think we're going to raid Wapelius, everybody. For any of you who don't know Wapelius... I think so, Shasta. Wapelius is one of my main inspirations for starting oil paints in the first place. I got back into painting a few years ago through miniature painting with acrylics, and I found out you could paint miniatures with oil paints. And he was a guy who's streaming miniature painting with oil paints. And he's damn good. He's somewhat of a big name in the miniature painting world. And yeah, so, and he's also a Chicago native, too. So, we are going to raid Wapelius, everybody. Alright. Well, Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. Shasta, Toilet, King, Jan, if you're still there, Ruby, Poison Jackal, thank you for the raid. Thank you, everybody. You have a good night, too, King. I had fun. Next stream is probably going to be Monday. Monday, we're going to start a commission, I believe. So we're working from a photo. Oh my god! Amy Joe, thank you so much. I'm sorry, what's on your face? Miss you too, Sweepy. So yeah, Monday is the next painting stream. As of right now, subject to change, but most likely Monday. The only thing that might change that is my house hunting. So, yeah. Greenbag is always here in spirit, but Greenbag is a demon sent from hell. That fucker. Anywho. Blink Dog, nice meeting you today. Hope to see you again. And, yeah. We're about to raid out, so we'll see everybody soon. Nini, Shasta. Nini, everybody.